Hello, hello! We're back in the Borderlands. Lord help us. Right. Couple of things I need to test. First up, we load up Vex. So apparently, they nerf pearls. How you doing, Skirk? Hey, Ballsy. Hey, Kitty, good to see you. Hey, hey. Hey, Billy. So when I say they nerf pearl, is there something with a flesh health bar nearby? It's fine, we can use these for testing. So, Crazed Earl, Incendiary, Override. This would override bonus element. However, it isn't anymore. It would, only Crazy Earl or Overpearl? It's a change to Pearl Override. Okay, amp does affect it, so... Wonder if bonus helmets still get the soup now? Who knows, that'll be a test for you lot in the lab. But yeah, so previously Override was overriding bonus elements. Now it isn't. That's a pity. Mainly a nerf for Harlow and Vex. Big nerf for Vex. Which is a shame. My all-pearl loadout. Technically stronger, weaker, because you would... it would override if it was beneficial. You know, if I could make my... So for example, if Incendiary Override was active, it was because I'm hitting Flesh. And Incendiary versus Flesh is better than Kinetic versus Flesh. For Harlow's not which taste is still the same. That's not how that works. Different characters do not have different elemental multipliers. So if you're on Harlow, you're going to be overwriting Nuclear Winter. Nuclear Winter is going to be Cryo or Radiation, which is neutral to Flesh. So if you have Incendiary Override, you're going from 100 damage to 175 damage. Likewise, if you have Shock Override, and you've got Cryo bonus element on, which is going to be the bonus element that you've got for 95% of the time, and you shoot a shield, you go from 50 damage to 175 damage, which is a 3x damage swing on your bonus element. You do not understand? It's element matching. It's like the core basic mechanic of elements. Corrosive versus armor, fire versus flesh, shock versus shields. I don't really know how to... different characters don't get different elemental multipliers. My own language, it's just... It's not changing the element of your skills anymore. So before, it would change Nuclear Winter, Harlow's bonus element, be a better element. Now it cannot do that. Hi Alexei, how you doing? Hello, hello. So just to get a different override. No, overrides don't do that anymore. Doesn't matter. It's not a thing that they can do. I think the skeptic change was significant. No, it's laughable and hilarious that Gearbox think that that change actually does anything. But the fact that they went on to do this whole, like, oh, we'll increase this, but then we'll decrease this to, you know, make it balanced, it's laughable that they think that that means anything. It shows just how kind of out of touch they are with the balance of this game. Got a shiny dough shot, congrats. And with the crow swords a little, they specifically did mention that they would allow the crow swords to benefit from splash damage. So if you have splash damage in your loadout, you will be seeing a bonus. If you do not have splash damage, you will not be seeing a bonus. That was the change that they did. It's in the notes. Where's my endgame? Tell me when you find it. It's in there. What is the purpose of this? What have I just done? I don't get it. I'm now up here. What does this do? Allows me to get a box I've already gotten. I think the generator form can make potential transference viable. I mean, the generator class mod and potential transference, there's nothing unique there. It's no different to before. Like, so potential transference, you can only re-trigger it 3 times. Generator stacks up to 10. You're not going to get many generator stacks with potential transference. And considering you can't re-trigger potential transference that often, it means that it was easy to upkeep anyway with the increased action skill duration drain, because you'd be doing it less. So the buff has not really helped potential transference at all. But it does help you stack group study more, because group study you can stack forever. Within, capability. So, technically all it's done is widened the gap between potential transference and group study. Rafa, I've got a video uploading tonight, just fucking about on Rafa, but Rafa's fine. Like, you have to squint. See the differences on Rafa. Wrong Rafa. How bearable is elemental user currently? You just ignore it, you just brute force your way through. Occasionally you'll come across a tanky enemy and that's it. People see 50% nerf and lose their goddamn minds. Yeah, I mean, like, in reality, what's happened is your crit chance has gone from 75% to 67%. Your gun damage has gone from 150% to 134%. Your movement speed has gone from 125% to 112%. Can the Agabus roll with elements? Yes. I think so. You can get overrides. The Torque Sticky change, by the way. They mentioned Torque Stickies. It's actually not a Torque Sticky change. It's an enhancement wording change. Airburst. Torque licensed gyro projectiles explode in proximity, and Torque licensed sticky projectiles attach in proximity. They just added the extra few words there. Just to say what it does with sticky. They didn't change the practicality of anything, they just updated the card of Airburst. That's all that change was. That it. That's what they did.
To get some. Take that. Chew on these.
Why am I getting the tankiest guys?
Chew on these.
Is this the Falk? No, this is the Bird Speeds. Federation Shadows melee right on cash, sometimes puts Groundbreakers, sometimes goes on cooldown, sometimes heals, all independent from each other. Try to not throw it at enemies. I'm not sure if you're doing that at all, but I know that that is a thing that does not help the consistency of that skill. Make sure it hits a hard surface. So yeah, I'm capable of platinuming Bloom Reaper and doing Ordinate processes with a Burt's Bees on Dancer Rafa. So as far as I'm concerned, Gun Rafa using a Dancer is fine. Do it with a potato thrower. So, the Dancer change will have taken Thrill to, like... You lose about 5% fire rate on that. Deadline, you lose 8. That's total. So you've lost, like, 13, 14% fire rate on the Dancer enough. It's nothing. Quite happy with the change to world events. Yeah, I was just kind of playing around on I was just kind of playing around on Snipervax, and it was fun. That's a lot of fire rate? No, it isn't current, because if you think about it, you were fire rate capping and breaking the game. This allows you to get more fire rate and shoot faster. You're able to get more. What's the point of rifts? Something to do. You just kind of... They give you a chance at a legendary, which is very nice in playthrough. Psychobot. Try and get a better soul survivor cycling, whichever comes faster. Good luck. Are the aim on changes good? Yes. Some of them didn't go through. The Disco Infernus one didn't. And the Honed Point crit chance one didn't. Did they not? I thought I read that they didn't. From you, actually. What was your post then? Maybe I misinterpreted. Ah, you didn't test them, I see. Gotcha, gotcha. Never mind, scratch that. The rest went through, though, at least. Burst fire is so inconsistent on Cash, it just doesn't activate half the time. Why am I not burst firing? Hello? Wakey wakey? Also, I'm still able to do infinite Crossfire, so I don't know why people can't. Oh, one change I did test though yesterday after stream is, you know how Vex cannot bleed enemies on a vehicle anymore? Cash still can. Cash really do just be Vex too. I prefer cards or Crossfire? Cards. Crossfire is stronger.
Finally sent out their face card.
You're hoping for a cash rebalance? I'm gonna be playing until he gets changed? Yeah, I don't blame you. Guess I'll move my Vex vehicle bleed build over to cash then? I mean, you'll have to. It does make me consider though. Can we kill our boss using a vehicle? But also, what boss can we fight on a vehicle? Crazy change was a bug. It seems like it is. A build video for the build yet? No, because I thought they were going to change cash to yesterday. Now they're going to wait until a later date, whenever that is. Which I think is such a misplay, because like if you're going to change cash, just do it. Because, you know, people are getting ready for the raid boss. But you can't if you don't know what the state of cache is going to be for the raid boss. Like, if they change it in the same patch, people will have to scramble and, like, rapid change their loadouts for the fight. Instead of, you know, doing the fight. When you friend into a bubble and you hang outside of it, and what, try and lure the boss outside of the bubble. Thanks for a new tricky combat setup. Ripper roadbirds can be done with a car. As can Pango. Oh, you're hearing Nerf Kunai? I mean, of course. What is that? Like 8 charges or something stupid? How can that be allowed?
That is going to need some cleaning up.
Nerf Rafa even more. I mean, like, the Rafa doesn't like actually play Rafa. He doesn't feel nerfed at all. You want to talk about catching strays? When the strongest class mod in the game gets a tweak? When reactor class mod gets absolutely gutted in the same patch? Reactor's like not even that great. I mean it is, but it's not anywhere near the dancer. And I got the same level of nerf. Or they didn't actually implement it? It is. It is there. It did go through. Like, Dancer is like the strongest class mod in the game. It makes sense. Lazy, almost no one uses reactor. That's my point. Gearbox still nerfed it. To the same degree as the dancer got nerfed.
An actual match. It's about time.
But all people can think about is how the dancer went from the best class mod in the game to the best class mod in the game. And how it's the end of the world that the dancer class mod is still the best class mod in the game.
That is the way the dice roll.
It's your 14%. Hey man, I'm really missing that 8% crit chance. My 105% crit chance build went to 97. That means it's possible for me to not hit a crit. Do you understand the ramifications?
The shells are full.
I don't think that question needed to be in all caps, was it? For that, you get a 2-minute delay on the answer. Hot take, but Gamer is better than the dancer. I don't agree. Because the Gamer... You can kill the bosses before the damage of Gamer kicks in. Whereas Dancer gives you the damage to kill bosses before a Gamer would have kicked in. Gamer damage is high, but it is slow. I can do an entire mobbing encounter and not have Gamer's effect kick in once, because if you're flying around with like a hot slug or something, you're one-shotting everything anyway. If you're using the Gamer for damage, therefore that means that your damage is inherently slow, and already behind and playing catch-up. This is a game where we can one-shot everything, and the Gamer is inherently not really one-tapping. Rafa still has faster clearing speeds than Cash, despite Cash being silly. Like, yes, with Cash I can hit 1 trillion damage, but nothing in the game's got 1 trillion health! Can I get the answer? It's been 2 minutes? No, it hasn't. It's been 1 minute and 52 seconds. I have a counter on OBS. That's another minute added. The dummy's got 1 trillion? Ah, shit. Dummy is the true endgame. You're right. We can get bigger numbers on the dummy. Okay, for that you get the answer now. I'm farming for a shiny painter. No, you can't kill the dummy. What, shiny? Painter. The SMG that this guy drops. This thing here. Oh, Prowler, not Painter. Prowler is the legendary Painter. That's my mistake. Painter is the purple variant. This is the legendary variant. Prowler. Painters are still good, though. Yeah, Amon got pretty broad changes, which is something they need to be doing for other characters. Amon has had so many passes of just like small, broad changes, and they've all been really positive for the character. They need to do it to other skill trees, like, I don't know, a certain blue tree on a certain scientist and siren. Dancer needed tweaking some way? Absolutely did. It's just odd timing that they would do it in the patch where we were supposed to get cash rebalances and we got basically nothing for cash, and yet Dancer got its thing. It's like, wait, hang on, what? Blue tree of X is possible? Okay, let's count the amount of skills on a skill tree. I know I'm not playing as Vex right now, but we can still pretend that it's going to be a similar amount because it is likely going to be a similar amount. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 11, 13, 16, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 28, 29 skills. Just because you can make one combination do pretty good doesn't mean all 29 skills are good. Okay? A build does not take every single skill in the game. Just because one skill is good doesn't mean other skills don't need help. You know? I say some of the skills in Vex Blue Tree could do with some help. You say, oh, but you can make a Vex Blue Tree build. Okay, that's a different question! Unless you're about to argue that Cold Iron is a good skill. Yeah, people just don't understand. Amon is the most complicated character, Teddy, and people just don't get that. You don't even know what the skill is? And here you're telling me about Vex Blue Tree, and you don't even know what the skill is. For shame. It's probably just in a different language. It's the gun damage one at the top of the tree. 3% gun damage and some percent minion damage. Why they messed Crazy Earl? It might have been a mistake, Jug. It might have been a mistake. Something about not being able to find a thingy. So hopefully they're able to address that. Yeah, Borderlands Polish? Yeah, I figured that halfway through talking. It's like, hang on, it's probably not called Cold Iron for you, is it? Never mind. But any builds around Blue Tree being good are kind of boiling down to a very few things. Whether it's reverberations, mixologist, which isn't even a skill tree thing, and configuration, which is a class mod. It's not really the tree doing the work there. A lot of X Blue just kind of sucks. Like, Curse is a cool idea, but it's not great. You don't understand why people are saying that? Because they refuse to learn. You know, you can tell people that Amon currently has the highest, you know, single rotation damage in the game, as well as the fastest ad clear in the game, and it's just like in one and out the other. To be honest, in terms of ad clear, I think he's still on par with Rafa. Rafa lost a couple of seconds through clearing, but I mean, they're so close, it's just down to execution. If Amon is so good, where's Beamon?
That is the way the dice roll.
Well, Amon's so good they didn't need to do a Beamon, because Amon just kind of carries. You see Cash? Cash is already on the 4th iteration. There's a 4 right there. It's needed 4 iterations just to get on the same level as Amon's first. Anything sub 230 has entered the kill as fast as they spawn range, and it just spawns in RNG. Yeah, execution, movement,
Play showdown.
all that stuff. Didn't I just say Ralph is the best at clear? We're currently in the middle of a conversation on how they are on par and identical. 2 things, joint first place, because one run Amon is faster, the next one Rafa is faster. It really is just that close, because what both of the characters do is they insta-kill everything as they spawn. You cannot get faster. They have reached the limit. It has become a solved game. They are both leagues above. And then, like, a Stray Harlow will be a tad behind. Out of all my pals, which created the most fun A1 build in my opinion, I'm a big fan of Ancient Runes Stormbringer Crucible build. Like, throwing hammers at people. I'm a big fan of that. I think Girthquake has a good Scourge build. If you like Scourge. Who's saying A1's weak? You'd be surprised. A lot of people are.
Shotguns never bluff. So that is what bad luck looks like.
Farming Summon Dragon for Shinies, you had to save quit and you loaded up at the Crimson Resistance headquarters. You know, they did change, or supposedly fix fast travels in that DLC. So a fix being more broken is quite on brand. That's funny. Oh, he's totally invulnerability and 1 billion damage in 5 seconds a week. It's not. It's just people don't seem to register that.
I will need every trick up my sleeve.
This makes A1 nigh unkillable. I mean, yeah, the only thing that can kill him at that point is a cliff. Because it's very easy to get your Forge skill below 6 seconds, even the longest cooldown one. Like, even Molten Royal at 70-second, you can spam off of animation. Like, literally the thing that holds you back is the animation, not even the cooldown. Oh, I'm at 999 stacks already.
Ew.
Viking. Is that the one with Forge and Steel? Oh, no. Fist of Steel. Fist of Stone. Yeah. I prefer Forge Master for the extra charge. I know it's technically worse, but it feels more consistent. You've basically... Because instead of having one chance at a good Molten Royal, you have 2 chances at a good Molten Royal. It'll either come right off of cooldown, or you get another chance at it. It just feels more consistent. I prefer Forge. Forge class mod. How many people don't pick up the skill that makes anyone invincible? I mean, it costs a whole skill point. You don't understand. I need all 59 of them. Because Aemon has no damage, I cannot be sacrificing a skill point for survivability. Especially a skill point that requires me to do a thing to trigger the skill. How ridiculous is that? It should just be a passive, honestly. Gonna cost a skill point and make it conditional? Terrible. That's why nobody plays Aemon. Yeah, Furnace absolutely for damage, Andrew, but you don't need that damage in mobbing. You don't need it in mobbing. Rather have utility in mobbing to help you deliver damage more. Overshield strong in general? I mean, most overshield stuff in this game is enabling a strong ability rather than being strong themselves. It's very good at just keeping the light taps off of you. So it helps aggressive play a lot, which is good. When we say people saying anyone's bad, who am I referring to? General players who inhabit Twitter replies, YouTube comments, and Reddit threads. People who talk about the game more than playing the game. Hey, Maverick. Cyborg? Yeah, I like Cyborg. It's comfy. There isn't much damage on it, but it's just comfy. I know Grenadier and Icebringer are better for heavy weapons, but I still just like Cyborg. I have one with 5 in Endless Bombardment, and it's just so comfy. Endless Bombardment gives me fire rate too. I know I'm hitting dot cap, but I don't care. What am I farming? A shiny Prowler. Is that million fire damage? Yeah, so currently I have 20,000% bonus element fire damage. So if I hit for 100 damage with my gun, then I'll get an extra instance of damage that's 20,000% of that. On top of that, I also have 8,000% ordnance damage. So if I activate Desperado, I get that bonus element with the ordnance damage. And they multiply together. It's almost over 9,000. I'm 49 kills away from making it so. Well, technically 50, if we wanted to be over 9,000. I'm 49 kills away of making it 9,000. The biggest changes yesterday. Trick shot internal cooldown. Trying to think of like the buffs. I mean, like overall, Eamon's bowl of soup from all of his skill buffs together is a notable change for the character. Then you've got Witchy Trigger Finger, Dancer, and Reactor changes, all taking about 10-15% off the top of your total damage. A little bit more for Dancer. Big change. Pearls. Pearl Elemental Override is no longer applying to gun inheriting bonus elements. So, notably on Vex with Bloody's power, you may notice your pearls doing considerably less damage. That is a big change. Was not mentioned in the notes, but if you are somebody who uses like a generator class mod on Harlow, which was buffed yesterday, or Bloody's power on Vex, your pearls will have a much lower ceiling. Who's the weakest character at the moment? I mean, this game doesn't have content that challenges the characters enough to expose weaknesses. No! Fuck you! My stacks! I was gonna get 9,000 ordnance damage. Probably Amon, no. What, in terms of the weakest character? So, when I've been getting asked, many times in the last 15 minutes, who's saying Amon is the weakest? Now, Amon is very arguably the strongest. Yeah, Rafa did not lose 50%. Larsa lost 50% on the Dancer, but the Dancer isn't all of Rafa. I'm tired of the A1 slander. Okay, so on paper, if you were to put a paper of what characters could do, your weakest... I was gonna say Rafa, but Rafa has per my last arc knives for high damage peaks. But obviously in practice, Rafa's damage is enough to one-shot bosses, and Rafa is capable of one-shotting ads on spawn to get the joint highest ad clear in the game with Disc Jockey Amon. So... you kind of can't, because you can make too many arguments for all the characters and why they're really good. I don't think you could pick a broad weakest. You can't. You just can't really answer that one. You could say, oh, it's probably Vex, but then Vex can slap a spread launcher shot into the side of an enemy with a bleed tick, deliver a groundbreaker that then has a fucking reverberations attached to it. Yeah, Amon requires investment, but Amon has joint fastest ad clear in the game, and the highest burst damage in the game as well. That requires a little bit of warm up, which the fact that Amon's damage burst requires a few seconds of rain dancing could technically put him behind, but like even then you can still, high cal 3 spread launch a groundbreaker, so you're missing out on a lot of potential damage, but he can still do it, so game not hard enough to have a worse character? Yeah. I mean, I kind of want to just say Vex, but obviously, Vex is not weak. Vex is far from weak. Which is insane. How does Sprain Launch to get Groundbreaker? It's not melee damage, so it backs it. So what I mean is, if you want to do a lot of damage to a boss in this game, get High Cal 3, as much amp you can get, slap a spread launcher into the side of an enemy, and then deliver Groundbreaker. And because spread launcher is a gun, it contributes to the stored damage for Groundbreaker. Have you tested Cradle's nuts yet? Yeah, I have. The gun can still kill. You can still kill bosses, but you have to really play around the special ability, which is fair enough. But that level of a nerf was not necessary. I do think it was accidental, so hopefully they're able to sort it out. There is reason to suggest it is not an intentional change. Which happens a lot in Borderlands. Rafa at its lowest DPS? I think that is a fair assessment to say. But then again, you have arc knives per my last scaling. Which isn't as ridiculous as it once was, but it is a thing Rafa has access to. No! Uh-oh. I can't mantle. Ah, I can grapple though. What's wrong? Ralph is probably worst out of the 5. It's wrong. That's the thing with the question, is I don't think it's a wrong answer. I think if enemies scaled up enough, Rafa would be the first character you see falling behind. Enemies don't scale up enough, so we can't see that. But I think if they did, you'd be right in saying that, yeah, I think he'd be the first character to start falling behind. But Rafa currently, in the content that the game provides, at the difficulty level the game provides, has the joint fastest clear rate in the game, so game easy. Well, level 70 UV... Well, level 70 should help us with this game. I can't remember. Girthquake, I think you figured out the number at one point. How much do enemies gain ahead of characters in a 10 level window? Or rather, just weapons, not factoring in passives and shit.
Single action fighter.
Because enemy health scales a little bit faster than player guns. 10%? Okay. We gain more than 10% in 10 levels for sure. Through passives and skill points, I think we gain more than that. Because you only need to get 0.5% per skill point.
Watch where you step.
Less if you factor in passives on enhancement and class mod. So level 70 should be a benefit to us. UVH7, it just depends what they do, but I don't see it being that drastic. Oh yeah, level 70 won't be for a while if it's ever a thing. I would maybe expect level 70 for the next major DLC. Also, yeah, actually, a big technically change to Chroma Accelerator Harlow yesterday. So in the patch notes it mentioned very bizarre wording. Let's see if I can find it. Where the hell is it? There it is. Very bizarre wording. Chroma Accelerator. You can use Jacob's pistols to shoot and detonate your unstable energy pocket. Statement. This is a strange statement because it's inaccurate and wrong differently at the same time. So, what it actually means is you cannot use Jacob's pistols to shoot and detonate your unstable energy pockets. The interaction with Chroma Accelerator and Jacob's pistols was in the game previously. It is now not anymore. But you weren't shooting the unstable energy pocket, you were just shooting the Jacob's pistol to cause an animation to interrupt you detonating your unstable energy pockets. Which allowed you to keep Demon Core in place instead of it traveling to get more damage on a boss. You can't do that anymore. No more Jacob's pistol tech. So, you weren't shooting and detonating your unstable energy pockets, you were shooting anything to delay the detonation of your unstable energy pockets. But you just can't do that anymore. It'll give us a nice firmware. Hopefully the firmware is good. Also, Flux Generator is the name of the action skill, and yet they list a change that they did to the class mod and didn't include that in the class mods. Patch notes.
Think that was your last round.
I know what the firmware is going to be. I know, I just figured it out. It's going to be a Schluter firmware that's going to help farming. Ordnance craft, gun craft. They kind of have all damage types covered. Maybe they'll give us like something. Maybe they'll just give us like spark plug.
This is my kind of hot flash. Oh. Just what I was looking for. The sheriff has spoken. I feel like some kind of drifter or something.
A leaky looter. Oh. They blew me up.
Time to deal in play. Bang, bang! Big lucky draw, and I stay. Canancy speaks. Showtime!
I'm gonna do that spin every time I try and keep my action skill alive. You notice some changes? Which changes in particular? I tweak stuff all the time. Like, so I've grabbed, okay, this, there's too much self-damage. So I've taken, Meltdown because it's source inheriting now, it's gun damage. So that can contribute to your critical funding easier. I do need to test if it's worth just going 5 in Meltdown instead of Precision Engineering. I think Precision Engineering wins, but... that's one of the characters I'm not playing until I get a toggle on cross progression. Action skills now cause bleed. They could do something like that. They could put bleed in a firmware. They've now put it on a class mod on another character. Biggest change this was the Elemental Eater nerf. Ah, that's a thing that I forgot about. Yes, Elemental Eater is dead. Who asked the biggest change of yesterday? The Elemental Eater one is a shout.
Cremation will have to do.
Gun crit chance or status? Ooh, a dot firmware. Do we have a dot firmware? We do not. God killer. And under that logic, risky boots. Yeah, go. Status firmware is a good shout.
So that is what bad luck looks like.
Anyone that thought Pleb was just bleed for Harlow? No, you're not. I was too. And it's like, oh no, this is different. I thought they were just using a different name to be different, and it was just still just bleed because of the way it was worded. But no, it legitimately is just a different thing. Get more status damage is redundant. Well, they could do something with a firmware, like status damage tier, status chance tier, and then like a tier that does something fun and unique. Like when you apply a dot, you can apply it to other enemies or something like that, you know? Or a skill that's very common in lots of games, and not this one, is a skill where if you kill an enemy with a dot, it leaves a puddle. That when enemies walk into that puddle, they then receive the dot themselves. And I know that sounds awfully like a hazard, but no, this would be good. It was alchemical agent at tier 3. We just get Owlman Flint in this game.
Like the belly buster.
What's the name of the purple Triamara capstone? The one that makes it so elemental matchups are neutral if they're negative? Harlow has something similar in Green Tree. Put that on a firmware. Clear the mind, that's the one. What about a slam or a slide? Slides do 1 damage, and Gearbox hates slams.
Nothing out already? Like big pack.
Gearbox hates melee, but we have that. Barely. You have to bloody fight for it.
You did not let me explore.
There's a challenge for slam kills that unlocks a skin. Ah, that'll be the challenge that has the skin that I'm missing.
Ah!
100% amp shield. The onion's so funny. Want a crazy dark character? I feel like you can kind of just do that with Prime Coke Potency and... Stellium. Why do I run so fast? I'm fast as fuck, boy. Fastest man alive. I have a couple of movement speed boosts. And then I'm also boosting with my jetpack. How fast can Rafa get? Yes. Why is it conservative with buffs? Because if the game is too easy, people get bored quickly and they stop playing, and they don't want that. I mean, you see it through action. In this game, it's very easy to insta-melt bosses, as I just did. And that gets boring to people when they see players drop off. But some things are so obvious, and they're just not doing it. It's like, what's going on? The game is already easy? Yeah, so don't make it worse. But also, they are just kind of floundering around. And just not really doing anything. It's not that they're conservative with buffs. They're conservative with making changes of any description at all. Outside of accidentally breaking people's favourite pearl. They're good at that one. They also buff drop rates in Rift bosses? I don't think so. Did they fix Affliction? They didn't mention it. You'll check tonight, that's not a simple test. Isn't the... Isn't the issue, like, stacking after one? So if you just, like, put 20 dots of a type onto an enemy and see if you get 20 suit. Or one suit. A Forge Drone's usable. I mean, they're okay on some setups for support, but I still wouldn't hire them to, you know, sort somebody out for you. No, I refilled my action skill. You saw it. The bar went up. Scammed. I think the Earl not having ways to trigger the daggers through non-character forms on a physical melee. Kill the gun, not even starting about the fire rate. I mean, it losing 2/3 of its damage kind of killed the gun. I don't mind having Groundbreaker in a gun, but the gun itself not having good damage, that hurts. Oh yeah, stuff like that, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't... There's so much that just requires small little tweaks, like you mentioned there, that the list is endless. Like, so, throughout the game's life cycle, especially near launch, they did a bunch of just small, like, changes to aim on. They do, like, 10 changes that are all individually small that added up to make something decent. And those changes were really, really good. I hate these killing enemies, bypassing health gate, one-shotting. I hadn't even started my action skill animation. Anyway, there are so many skills that would just love the treatment that Eamon's gotten, like Incarnate and 0 Point and all of that. They're trying with Trouble, but they're being very slow about it.
You didn't quit while you were ahead.
Need a trainer fire rate and infinite ammo. Can you not, like, just dunk a handful of waterfalls down and do? No, I use Trouble as an example because they are actually giving Trouble buffs. Most of the thing, they're not even giving buffs. Like, 0 Point receiving an actual buff. I mean, they did the inertia change, and that was it. I don't think they've touched Incarnate at all, outside of nerfing Witchy Triggerfinger yesterday. And there's just a ton of augments around. Like, even on good action skills, they'll have, like, a really weak augment that doesn't do anything. A couple of augment buffs. You need to get... Why do you need 50? If the others only go to 1, surely if you see an increase of 10%, that means it's stacking beyond 1. Surely you just need more than 1 stack to confirm if it's gone past 1. How is Technomancer Incarnate these days? You jump through a lot of hoops to make it okay at mobbing, but a bit jank, and it's still shit at bossing. Isn't Trouble still terrible? Trouble is a support action skill similar to Flux Generator. And a lot of builds use Trouble now. Obviously, it can still be better. But they've done a lot of changes to Trouble. Making more and more usable as its own thing. There's so many different capstones, so many... Exactly. Even on good action skills, they all have useless capstones and augments. It's just like, why? Ah! I know that sound. Shiny Prowler. An odd look. Make letters with it. Fan questions in real time? No. They gotta do a Q&A and then only answer clearly just catered questions that weren't pulled from anyone. Hey, what's it? Thank you very much for the 4 months. Much appreciated. Thank you all for your content in the community. Funny Screen Man. Funny Screen Man. That's me. Man on the screen. Okay, so this is an incredibly niche issue that I have with Gordello. Now, I have a lot of issues with Gordello, but this one in particular, the one that's stopping me from doing Gordello the most, and is a very niche, specific issue that not many people run into, but I do. And that is because the music that plays in Gordello between rounds does not mute when you mute in-game music. And it triggers content claims. It is copyrighted. And you cannot turn it off. And it plays between every round. That is what stops me from doing Gordello. Love how Harlow could shoot an unstable object with Jake's pistol, but screw. No, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. Here comes the gun. You've got it all wrong. We went over this earlier. You must have missed it. It says you can use Jacob's pistols to shoot and detonate your unstable energy pockets. What it actually means is that you can no longer interrupt the detonation of your demon core with the Jacob's pistol to stop it in place and give you more damage from neutron capture. That's what it means. That you cannot shoot a Jacob's pistol to interrupt your detonation of the unstable energy pocket. Why would you think that it meant what it says? Why would you think that? How dare you? I was testing it last night. I couldn't shoot the pockets, and I couldn't interrupt demon core detonation.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, true mode's going on for this, Jesus.
Nancy speaks.
Does Gloam still go through wire armor? Yes. I am now at Colonel Crash to get a shiny hemorrhage.
I put some electric shine on this one.
Of how cryptic the update notes are needing to be deciphered. Errant Spark was supposed to be Shock Market. Flux Gen Note was supposed to be for Generator. But Flux Generator has Generator in the name. So therefore... It's the patch notes thing is so frustrating and like confusing because yes, the person writing the patch notes doesn't know the intricacies of the game because they're not a dev probably. They're somebody on, you know, social or whatever, but they should. It should be their job to know. Whoever's pushing the button, it should be their job to be able to spot ridiculous things. Like, Errant Spark, this shock-filled power triggers when you're firing missiles. If anybody doesn't play Rafa, by the way, what Errant Spark is when you hit something with a indirect projectile, you deal bonus fire damage. There is no shock at all in the skill. Oh, there's a great one. There's a great one. We updated the math. That's a classic, is that? We've updated the math. And how do Americans say math? That feels so awkward off the tongue. Math, yeah. Maths. There you go. Put it out in the system. So did Harley's Generator Class Mod get a buff or no? It did, yes. Generator is now easier to sustain. Who's the faster in the game movement speed wise? Rafa. What does it do now? So instead of draining 50% of your action skill off when you activate an action skill, it drains 25. So it's just easier to get more stacks. And it is a very good class mod, yes. If you get like control group to sort out your uptime issues on it, the damage it provides is very good. I think a Fleb still wins just, but it is one of her better class ones. Like between Generator, Trooper, and Fleb, Botanist, whatever it's called, I don't know. Those three class mods do very well. One thing I like doing with Generator is I like going Flash Freeze. Oh, Absolute Zero, sorry, but not going Flash Freeze. Because Generator buffs Nuclear Winter so much that you can just freeze targets with the Nuclear Winter damage. You don't need Flash Freeze. So you can be a bit more points efficient. Damage to gun, or are you talking about the action skill itself? I don't know what you mean by damage to gun. But, so, on the patch notes, they said Flux Generator, but what they meant was the Generator class mod. And that's what they buffed. Opens it off non-group study capstones to do something? I disagree, because you can only reactivate non-group study capstones a certain amount of times, whereas you can keep reactivating group study capstone over and over forever. So you can get more generator stacks easily with group study. So to me, it widens the gap between them. It favors group study. Because of how spammable it is. How's Cash's uptime? Very good, very good. Crossfire you can maintain indefinitely, and cards you can either maintain indefinitely or have instantaneous cooldowns. And totems you can trigger so much so that you're just going to be throwing them off of cooldown. Off of animation, sorry. Is the Flux Generator itself now doing good damage? Yeah, so when we say Generator, we're talking about the class mod, not the action skill. So the Generator class mod giving you huge amounts of action skill damage bonuses. Technically, good for Flux Gen, but way better for Nuclear Winter and to your guns, because Flux Gen, the action skill, just doesn't do much damage, and increasing the soup doesn't do a lot for it. So it's still all about the guns. And the Generator last mod, boosting Nuclear Winter. I mean, Dancer Rafa can do that too, so. Faster as well, but more effort. Yeah, the balance doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Did they nerf anything with Cash? They added a internal cooldown to Trick Shot, one of the Bone Shard Ricochet skills in Red Tree, which helps with performance. But technically does lower your damage from Trick Shot a little bit. Just had so little outrage about Harlow. Because Harlow just kind of exists. She's not really under the spotlight. She's just kind of doing her thing. Also, nobody uses the Reactor class mod to be upset about the Reactor class mod being nerfed. Dancer went from best in slot to best in slot. Reactor went from being pretty decent to being pretty rubbish. Build it to the best it can be, cry and move on. Oh dear. They use Reactor for Chroma Accelerator? No. So, Reactor is worse than a Physicist for that, with decoherence points. And, Trooper exists. 50% gun damage, 50% action skill, free. You also get Meltdown, which is very good. And then Physicist gets the extra passive, which outweighs what Reactor gives you. Reactor also has a long spool up that just kind of makes it not very practical. So. Physicist over Reactor, and Reactor catches the nerf. I think 2K did a good job with cash balance. I assume you mean Gearbox. If you mean Gearbox, on the whole, yes. It's just that some things slip through the cracks. But on the whole, yeah, we've got 3 action skills here, which are all perfectly capable of being fun to play around, to use in Endgame. You can do a lot with this character. He's a versatile character. They did do a good job. It's just that the skill descriptions are all over the place and appalling, and there are a couple of a bit broken skills. But on the whole, they did do a good job, yeah. Then find a physicist +5 in decoherence. Farm with Trooper if you can. I know it's Bloom Reaper, but you can do so on UVH 0 and get it from the chests. The Trooper class mod is the best class mod for Accelerator Harlow if you just need a class mod and you don't want RNG to influence it too much. Trooper's very good for that. It's just got a very high floor as Trooper. Triple bypass the way with this action skill? No. So if you're mobbing, you're going to be getting enough kills. So you've got a 1-point skill at tier 3, which refunds your action skill based on the amount of kills you get. So in mobbing, that's enough. Literally 1 proc of a rep kit with caffeine plus this will do you in most situations. If not, just Ride to Ruin is all you need for when it ends. Also, it's kind of infinite uptime anyway. And for bossing, you have a vendor right there. Also, if you go through a portal with it active, it comes back for free. You don't have to wait for it to come back. So, no, you don't really need triple bypass with this character at all. So you can run a kill spring for survivability. The purple class mods? No. The Trooper. The Trooper is the legendary class mod. Don't farm Bloom Reaper for purples. That won't end well. Don't farm Trooper for purples. Don't farm Bloom Reaper for purples. Farm Bloom Reaper for the Trooper. Drill sites are wonderful for purples. Yeah, the denser drill sites or splash zone. I'll get overdrive. No idea. I want to say not. No! What? So many explosions. Vol bosses are too slow. I don't like vol bosses of rebels. You compare how many splash zone kills you can get per vol boss kill. Vol bosses do tend to just give you really good other stuff though. Like, yeah, Splash Stone's great for purples, but you're not going to be getting that many What's for Dinners. Vile Ted is a good one. Vile Ted is a very good one. You can jump back through the window as well. You don't have to go all the way to the purple teleporter. What manufacturer is Waterfall? Yeah, it's a bit awkward, Blanket, but once you get it down, it's easy. Vladov, it's Throne. Yeah. So I've considered going for a Waterfall on this, but I much prefer Ripper Delivery. Because I can just put it on the boss the moment I enter the arena. I don't have to get close and wait for it to get there.
Canancy speaks.
So I think I actually prefer my current Ripper Grenade to a Waterfall for dots. Like, if I needed to get more than 10 stacks, maybe, but I'm getting to 10 stacks so quickly with this one that... I'm already at 10 by the time I need them, so... Why not use an elemental weapon to gain stacks? Because I'm already hitting the stat count that I need far before I need them. The main thing that I'm not shooting my gun for stacks. I'm shooting my gun to trigger Windfall, which is on reload on an empty mag, and Hot Slugger's the best gun in the game for that. Wait, is it? Hellwalker's the best gun in the game for that, which is elemental. Hellwalker's got 0.1 faster and faster fire rate. Where's my Hellwalker? But yeah, basically, it's not needed because the grenade is giving me the stacks that I need before I even need them. So I don't need to improve my stack gaining. Hellwalker's kinetic in this game at launch? Yes. Suboptimal slot? I know. 0.1 reload. I think I've got enough fire rate that I'm not getting screwed over by fire rate, so that's not a problem. On cards, you don't have enough fire rate, so you actually need to increase your fire rate to reload your Hot Slugger faster. Silly. They look with Rift Shinies. I have Falk. Is 7k a sticky with hand cannon is better now? It should be. They're all you got left gonna be the death of you. Do you know how to efficiently farm rifts? You do the loop? Cool.
You did not let me get through.
What's the loop? Yeah, I'll go through it anyway. So if you want to farm refs right now, I think there's still a method up here. I don't know that one. So what I do is I drive here through any means, whether it's you go to the lodge and you pop through a door, or you go to a fast travel station, doesn't matter. just get here. So it's on the west coast with the fragmented islands. There's going to be a respawn station. Once you get there and you trigger the respawn station, it helps to just save quit at this point, so you've got a fresh instance. But what you're going to do is you're going to drive down here, next to these raised platforms. Just going to go a little bit past them on this border, and you're going to wait there for about 2 seconds, and then you should have a rift either here or here, and sometimes here. It'll be either here or here, typically. And then you just drive back. You do the rift, you save quit, you load back in, you drive down, drive up, do your rift, save quit, load back in, drive down, drive up.
I will have better luck this time. I outsmarted you at night.
Nice on gaming interior. See, yeah, that's probably a really good use case for that, because you've got a good element matchup there. And it's a mobbing boss, and not a bossing boss. Specifically, how much bonus movement speed Rafa used to gain from activating Overdrive with pre-patch Dancer? No. I don't. I know that 4 points in Devil May Care gave me 144% with Soltado active at 2 out of 1. I know that. But yeah, it depends if you had like Soldado active and that kind of thing. It's not fireworks that's killing me, Infrared. I don't have a fireworks equipped. I actually have an onion equipped, which is supposedly safe. Yeah, I don't even have a fireworks equipped right now. I have an onion on. Did they update the patch notes? There's an awful lot of patch note there. Are you looking for something specific that they will have changed? I mean, I could do a Control F5 on it. Pearlescent loot chase is now more streamlined. Damage numbers are more predictable. I mean, this is still... You can enter Nightmare Risol while riding your vehicles. No, you can't. Elementalist. Increase damage dealt. Typos fixed. Errant Spark is still shock in their mind. No, nothing's changed apart from, like, a typo here. They changed the notes! They fixed the typo! Are you still using Firepot for ordnance damage? I don't waste my time throwing an ordnance, to be honest. So if you wanna... If you want to use a different grenade for any reason you want to, go for it. It says spark. Sparks can refer to fire as well. How do you start a fire? Rub two things together until there's a spark. For grenades specifically, do I prefer having ammo counts like in 3 or current recharge that we have now? The recharge has grown on me. I didn't like it at first, but it has grown on me. Because the thing is with counts in BL3 is it allowed you to get like big bursts off, but for an actual grenade build, it was all about just sustaining it and basically having infinite. So at the end of the day, there isn't much like separating them. They're just kind of the same. You either get instant cooldowns or you get, you know, sustain from skills and mayhem modifiers. Is the reactor worthless right now? I mean, no, it's still a class mod that offers some benefit and up to 5 points in decoherence. So it has a level of value, it's just outclassed by a purple decoherence class mod and other legendaries. It's not a bad class mod, it's just a lower tiered class mod. It's not an avatar. I was about to throw Elementalist under the bus there, but Elementalist is good now. That one I'm not too sure, Blanket. Either way, with bonuses active, it's still just... Physicist is very good. What movement speed skills did you take, Zusa? No idea, can't check right now. Because with a bit of point reshuffling, you could probably crawl that movement speed back. Between Expedite, Jacques, and Devil May Care. Just feeling having to adjust. The thing is you adjust now, get it in a place you enjoy, and then the rest of your gameplay, that's already behind you. It's done. Skill Ordnance 4 in Meltdown. Radiologist is such a good class mod. Unfortunately, I don't... The ordnance damage there is kind of like, eh. Like, ooh, trooper, but it's not a trooper, so... Endless Bombardment plus 5, but... that passes. What parts I need in Waterfall to get fortune stacks? You'll want, yeah. What Gearbox says. Does it roll lingering? Or is it just like the effect of the waterfall? It needs to roll elemental, and then it needs to roll alchemic. Oh yeah, totally get that one, Zaysa. I'm just saying, like, you've got an issue in terms of, hey, build's not as fun now. You get that it's justified, but it's just not as fun, which is fair and valid. So I was just trying to see if we could work anything out to fix it. On your end. Like, oh hey, you do this and it feels good again. I can't control what Gearbox do, but can control what we do. And some things are in our control. Can you boss with Lance and Ratha? I believe so. I'm not familiar with Lance tech for damage, but I believe so. I think you got to jump through some hoops though, and it's not very clean. Nothing about Lance is clean. Lance is fine on UVH6, a bit rough on True. Mobs like crazy on True. Okay, so it's in that awkward point of like... It's great for mobbing on True, but it doesn't quite have the single target for True bossing, especially if you put it up against something like Radix. There's a lot of things in that area. That's good to hear. Mobs like crazy on True. The gun in my hand has 21,000 DPS. The gun on the ground does 12. Part variance. Does anyone use the hemorrhage to a decent degree of success? It's got 30k card DPS, which is aggressively mediocre. I can't remember what damage type Black Death is. Hemorrhage good. You can make it good, but it doesn't make itself good, if that makes sense. Like, you can put a build together, use it, and it feel good. That's more so the loadout rather than the gun itself. So there's a lot of other things. I mean, like, if something procs bleeds well, that actually makes it worse, because you end up running the risk of bleed capping. Which is bad. Is hemorrhage of a range limit? Yes. One thing I was going to test is this fire grenade that I got. Okay, hang on. Oh yeah, that is a difference. Barely though. It didn't. So nuke is supposed to increase grenade radius by 60%. But do you want to know what I think it was doing? Instead of it going out 60% further, it just made the beam 60% thicker, which doesn't do anything. Like, the end would stick out a little bit more just because it's thumpier, but like that radius didn't actually really affect the grenade all too much. Best Vex build against Bloom Reaper. So if you know the execution, then you're going to be looking at a Bloodshot build. So my sniper build or Ratour's much more updated guide on Dronemancer? I want to say it is. You basically use Bloodshot to one-shot each of the phases. So you drop down 2 airstrikes. One airstrike breaks all the crystals, a second airstrike breaks all the wisps, and then you use spread launchers and Groundbreaker to one-shot each of Bloom Reaper's phases. And there you can get a frame-perfect kill against Bloom Reaper. You can also use my KSV beam, and use beam tossers. Beam tossers are inherently slower than a spread launcher, so they will be slower, but beam tossers will also completely obliterate that health bar in a few shots. So you can go either. It's so satisfying, all the crystals. I've never done it. I've never gotten the stuff together to do a airstrike one-shot on the crystals. That's why I prefer KSVB, because then I can just mow them down with a Dark Beast. But yeah, I can imagine just getting that pop and just destroying them all. I did it once with a spread launcher. That did feel good. I did get all crystals with a spread launcher once. I was like, ooh, that felt good. That's fine, yes, immensely frustrating for consistency. Are you referring to spread launcher or airstrike? I'm asking Girth. Airstrike? Oh, airstrike is inconsistent. Interesting. Sometimes bugs out? Oh, okay, that's a shame. Alright, I'm vindicated then. I'll stay with Dark Beast. Fuck you guys. Why sometimes do it in 2 seconds when I can always do it in 6? I think I've got it down to like 4 seconds with Dark Beast. Dark Beast is just so consistent. It just works. Also, just to make sure. Just making sure. Okay, no shiny. You like Bloom Raper? You like? You hope the next one's fun? I hope so too. Shala. Yeah, Shala will be good. I mean, I mainly play Vex, so I don't get auto crits, but yeah, you can use a lot of guns for it. Like sub 10 with normal weapons is very achievable. Fuel Rod into Spread Launcher. Fuel Rod, if Fuel Rod is consistent, I'd prefer that. Because you don't have to charge Fuel Rod. You just go pop. Was it able to test nerfs on my builds? Yes. And you have to squint to see them, really. My Sniper Rifle got the biggest nerf, and that's because I'd kind of changed the spec. I mean, I didn't have to. I could have stayed with Devil May Care, but I went to Vitriol. They're really, like, not. I did a true Radix run, and I'm still 1-2 tapping everything, and if you drop it down to scaled, everything does get 1-tapped. And then for a generalist gun build with Bullet Buddy Deluxe, you don't really see a difference at all. Like, I first tried Bloom Reaper Platinum with a pair of Burt's Bees, so... I would imagine this, if they did something similar for the raid boss and the takedown, if they just said, hey, endgame activities give legendary enhancements. If they kept that up, I'd be down with that. I'm going to adjust it to Sniper Rifle? Officially, yes. I recorded a video earlier today, and I made the swap over away from Soldado and Devil May Care, and into specking Vitriol up to 5, and then filling out the perks that I'd siphoned from in Blue Tree. I did do that adjustment, which I already had listed in Mobalytics under an alt spec, so I'm just using my alt spec. That I already had. Yeah, I was a bit concerned on damage girth. Obviously not an issue if it's all save edited, but in terms of a farm build, I was concerned about damage of fuel rod. Since it is a bit less than airstrike.
I have more if you would like. Another fight crossed my way.
Practical rivalries and farm and fun? Hell yeah, glad you do. Practicality is my favorite thing to go after. Because it's important when you're playing. It's all well and good fishing for, like, an insane run or whatnot. But I'd like it to work every time instead of just most of the time. Too much equip speed, ADS proficiency bloat. Equip speed's really good. Do not go after equip speed. That is a genuinely good stat. ADS proficiency, however, yeah, in the bin. Get rid of that shit. Nobody wants it. Accuracy too. Who wants that shit? I mean, accuracy's nice. Obviously it's not DPS though, but like, yeah, don't go after equip speed. That's like that's your heavy weapons. We need more good snipers like how the far shots one-tap us. Well, they spent ages charging, right? So, picked him? What does ADS proficiency actually do? Increases the speed at which you aim down sights. Which is useful if you get that one scope on a Jacob sniper rifle that's super slow. Equip speed also applies to mode swap. It does. Equip speed is mode swap speed, so it's good for underbarrels, good for Atlas, good for stickies. Equip speed is a good stat. I mean, it's swap speed is what it is, and swap speed was always coveted, especially in BL2. There's a lot of mode swapping in this game. Swap speed's nice. Accuracy is one of those stats where it's like, it's not ideal, but if I'm using an enhancement that has it, I'm glad that it just feels nice. It just improves my play. It's like, it's something I just appreciate. ADS proficiency is, yeah, nah. Especially when you get weapon type proficiency. I don't mind a generalist one, but like, why do we need pistol ADS proficiency? Like that I could get behind. You know, instead of having weapon type supporting stuff, just have generalist ones. Gun accuracy, gun swap speed, gun proficiency. Instead of pistol proficiency, SMG proficiency, shotgun proficiency, sniper proficiency, assault rifle proficiency. Bro has laser eyes. Potentially unpopular opinion, but I don't even like weapon type damage passives. In a game with, you know, all these cool weapons, I don't like having the optimal gear bonuses funnel you into one type. I don't want to be missing out on X amount of damage just because I want to use an SMG this second.
I would love if I were you.
Anything else wrong there? Oh yeah, the passive strength is something that they keep doing. It was horrific in Wonderlands. Passives are way too strong in Wonderlands. It's like your entire build.
This hand is full of mess.
Yeah, I agree, Josh. If they just combine it all under weapon handling, have a tooltip in-game somewhere to explain it, because weapon handling is always that vague stat, and just have weapon handling be everything in terms of handling the weapon. Accuracy, recoil, swap speed, ADS speed, bullet speed, all of that. How well does a weapon handle? Oh yeah, trying to chase a specific enhancement roll is just not something you can do. You just kind of have to work with what you get. And you don't, like, need it, like, so, you say you want gun critical hit damage on that one. Gun critical hit damage is just so, like, my favorite cash build so far, Sleight of Hand cards. Yeah, Hero the Bullet with gun damage, like, that's fantastic. Gun damage for the on-shot, and then Hero of the Bullet for the rest of the stats. Like, that'll be really nice. I wouldn't invest any time in trying to upgrade that. The time spent farming that but better. Because if you think about, like, just like all the passives, you gotta get the roll that you have, like, another 15 times before you get gun crit damage. You might get unlucky, you might need to get that exact roll another 30 times. It's just not happening. And the difference, you could equip both of them, and you wouldn't really notice the difference, because gun critical hit damage on enhancement isn't a huge increase. Character depending, of course, but fire rate really, yeah, fire rate's a nice one because it improves charge speed on rippers. I have a really nice ripper enhancement that I just use on any gun. It's gun damage, gun crit damage, gun fire rate. It's just really comfy. So even if I'm not benefiting from High Roller, which is a good bonus to have as well, it's just really nice overall. enhancement power as much as skill trees. You see, I just say use the best you have. It's not important. I say enhancement's not important. Use the best you have. A weapon type damage is multiplicative like generic gun. Multiplicative is a bad way to describe it because it's not entirely accurate. But to answer your question, yes. Weapon type is the same as generic gun on an enhancement. It is calculated on shot, and thus they add together. But multiply against your on hit, so. You like Fire Bloom anyway? I mean, stay winning. Yeah, I figured what you meant, Jervis. It's just the very question itself is funny. Like, is it multiplicative like this one that it adds to? Yes, it's multiplicative. It just adds to your example. Additive to each other, multiplicative against everything else. As we said in BL3. Fire rate, radius, and swap speed. Yeah, that's a good one. Swap speed feels mandatory on a heavy weapon build. I need to get a Jacob COV Katagawa's Revenge to my Trooper Harlow so I don't have to keep reloading my Katagawa's Revenge between activations. Clever. Thanks, I literally just thought of that on the spot right now. Because I was thinking about passives that I have on my trooper, and I was thinking, oh, mag size is helpful because it allows me to just be a bit comfier. But I just thought, wait, just get COV on a Katagawa's Revenge. That can cool off while I'm using my heavy weapon. Boom, done. Easy. Problem solved. Colonel, crash the game. Where's my action skill? Oh no.
So that is what bad luck looks like. discrepancies speak.
Hey Boom, how you doing? You're trying to make a Ripper Slugger and you can't work it out, you're sad, you wanted it? Why do you want a Ripper Slugger? What would that even do? How would that even work? You'd fire it once. Are you using the modded build item builder on the save editor? There's a legit item builder and a modded item builder. 2074, yeah, it's the same save editor, but you've got different settings within the save editor. For different tabs. Yeah, the modded one, yeah, and I wouldn't know. I've not played around with that one. Would a TD or Slugger work better? Not really.
Would you like a glass of water?
Came from work early and trying to update your weakest build to UVH6 before UVH7 comes out and invalidates it completely. That was me before UVH6 came out with Technomancer. So hey guys, I got a Technomancer build working on UVH5. It's about to get invalidated. Daneless shotgun swap Slugger. That'd be funny.
Extra bang for my buck.
Able to reload my shotgun so fast. I have loads of bonuses. So it starts out at a 0.9 second reload speed and a 1 second fire rate. So that means in order to reload it faster, I need both fire rate and reload speed. I have fire rate and reload speed. I have reload speed, and then all reload speed bonuses get turned into fire rate. And more reload speed. This one is extra important, because it means whenever my reload speed goes up, so does my fire rate. Which is important when trying to reload this gun, because you can reload it as quick as you can, but you still have to wait for your fire rate to be able to shoot again, to empty the mag, to reload it again, so you need both. And then does my enhancement have any? Yeah, I've got both fire rate and reload speed on my enhancement as well, so... Excellent. They still do okay in UVH6? Yeah. Same story. It's like, fine in mobbing, struggles in bossing. Unfortunately, the 10 extra levels didn't do much, because I was looking at the skills, and it's just like, nothing I take actually helps me. I just kind of ran out of skills that benefit it. Vex has no support for her own action skills. Especially Incarnate. Because you're already in the kill skill tree. And then blue and red just don't have anything that helps Incarnate, so not even like good soup. This rafter. Whoever put that there. There's points into Bleed, seeing Lethal Boss with guns. Yeah, Bleed's a good shout. I already had it. For mine.
I have your favorite.
What if we gave Vex a multiplier for her damage? That'd be impactful, right? So you know when the game launched, and they gave Amon a bunch of just base damage increases, where they just increase the base damage of all of his action skills and capstones and forge skills and stuff? Can we have that for Incarnate? So Incarnate just does simply more damage. Any of the Bioshock games. I played Bioshock Infinite last year. I played 1 and 2, but only for a few hours each when I was a kid. Didn't really enjoy them. Infinite was fantastic, though.
Extra bang for my buck.
This rolls Jacob's Ricochet? How? It's a blood trail. I've actually used an amp shield and rep kit before. Seeing a build with so little gunsuit one-shot boss is insane. Yeah, amp in this game is way too strong. Because of exactly that. In Ripper Capers. Yeah, I've got a Ripper one.
Every round is a battle. Shush. I see pain in your future. Just what I was looking for.
I'm kind of curious what Jacob's Ricochet on that even looks like.
Good to have my own back.
So I don't understand the core effect of the hemorrhage. Like, why is the gun that shoots a trail of blood? Why does that... Why does the Black Death, the blood gun, deal increased damage the further away the target is? Like, why is that the special effect of Black Death? That I don't understand. So anyway, I started blasting Crossfire.
I am a straight shooter.
Hemorrhage should have been the tank busters effect. For some reason, the Slugger makes the Slugger an 8 mag, not the intended useless effect I wanted. Do you want to know why that happens, Graham? You say useless, but when you put a Ripper magazine on something, you get the magazine as well. And the Ripper mag on a Jacob shotgun, evidently, it's because an 8 mag.
Watch the flash. Ash on the wing.
TDO mag is... It is. TDO mag I think is accessory, so you should be safe on that one.
I am going to shoot you now.
Any tips to level up fast? During your playthrough, make sure you're picking up as many contracts as you can from safe houses and mission hubs. There's like a contract board with just like stuff like kill this person, interact with a box, kill 10 rippers. Just pick these up. They give you a side mission's worth of XP for something that takes 30 seconds. So just like grab those. You can avoid the acquire ones, but traces, patrols, bounties, collects, they're all fair game. Just pick those up and do them. You'll get a side mission's worth of XP in like 30 seconds to a minute. And if you're doing those as you're doing your playthrough, you'll end your playthrough much higher level. So that when you come to XP grind, the same activity, you won't have to do as much of it. Once you are just raw XP grinding, then it's going to be just spamming those out. I like to do them in Fade Fields District in Dominion because it's a very small area. You can do any type, including the acquire ones. The acquire ones are very good there because you never have to walk far. Viking actually usable? Yes. Now, drones are for support. They won't be slaying out. So bear that in mind. Use drones to support something else. Don't try and make drones be the centerpiece. Patrol and collects are literally free. Yeah, what Blanket said. Patrol and collects, it's literally just kill shit. And you're gonna be killing shit a lot. Traces and bounties, you go out of your way a little bit, but it's worth it. A 30-second detour for the XP of an entire 5-minute side mission. Yeah, it's totally worth it. Hey, super chat with the $2. Thank you very much. Thanks, no problem. Why I'm here. That is much appreciated. I tried explaining to the Gearbox community manager that Vile Magic Contact shouldn't offer more XP than a UVH6 raid boss kill. Yeah, Bloom Reaper should give a lot of XP. That's a very fair assessment. Obviously, you have a bit of a personal leg in the race with how much you farm Bloom Reaper, but yeah, that is valid. Bloom Reaper should offer more XP. Absolutely. You got ignored? Oh. Yeah, Bloom Reaper giving you a contract's worth of XP, I can get behind. Timekeeper needs a better loot explosion too? Yes. He's got such a big arena that he scatters his loot across. It's so just like... They need bringing in, making the loot pile more dense. Even if he's not dropping more loot, just making the pile smaller and denser. Instead of making you run a like fucking half marathon just to see everything. Okay, so I'm keeping the best versions of the hemorrhage that I find during this farm. That's how I do all my farms, obviously. The best one I've gotten today was the very first one. I've not seen a better hemorrhage than this one. I did see that one. Oh, that reminds me. Do you guys want to see something funny? But don't ask how that reminds me of this, by the way. Okay. There must be a graphics setting. There's a graphics setting, unless it's just Harlow. Incredible texture clipping. I don't know if there's a graphics setting that is required, or if it's the character. I'm hoping it's the character, because that means it'll work. I'm not going to go through all of my graphics settings to find this. Hey, it's Harlow. This, as soon as you give it momentum, it doesn't stop. It's perpetual motion. And that happens in cutscenes. Your character moves their head, and it just kind of goes. Unfortunately, every cut in a cutscene replaces your character, so it resets it. But yeah. And you can see it in your inventory screen, like, the character moves a bit, and away it goes! Wibble, 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 wibble. Anatomically accurate octopus. Recontextualizes soft brains. I can't believe Gearbox added jiggle physics into Borderlands 4. All that knowledge swirling around in the mind. You've got shadows on. You can even see the shadow. The shadow simulates the wobbling of the mind. Premium. You see, you won't see this level of lighting in other video games. Also, yeah, in terms of detonating Chroma Accelerator, Jacob's pistols just cannot interact anymore. You cannot interfere. Jacob's pistol tech is dead. That's why they lied. Well, what they did was they fixed an exploit. So you see how Demon Core, it just kind of keeps flying? If that passes the boss, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage. I mean, it does a decent amount. But you want to get as much damage out as possible for neutron capture. So what you could do is you could start detonating it, which would stop the ball. Then you would shoot your Jacob's pistol, which would take your hand off the detonator to fan the hammer. So it would mean that your Demon Core would stay stationary, dealing constant damage to the boss. And this would really ramp up your neutron capture damage. So that's what the change is referring to. Stopping you from doing that. So if I detonate, I fan the hammer with my thumb. What if mantling interrupts? Let's test. This is a testing stream after all. No. It just did, yeah, it just detonates. My current highlight on the main Twitch page is jiggle physics. Hell yeah. So this is a Chroma Accelerator nerf. Yeah, slamming doesn't do it either. You know, I kept the gun that killed Zadra just so I could do funny tech with it. And now I can't even do funny tech with it. What am I gonna do with this gun now? Just play Cash. Just like we're gonna nerf interactions of other characters, but Cash, he can live. Go and kill Zadra again. Keep it to make a statement. I need to somehow make a build that's good with this gun. Just so I can use it in general play. Unfortunately, it's not very good. Destroyer of Zeta build. Better than Kaleido? It is better than Kaleido. That is correct. Anything's better than Kaleidosplode? Is Kaleidosplode the worst weapon in the... Yeah, it is, isn't it? Do you think... No, we're Borderlands players, of course not. Do you think Kaleidosplode is worse than white rarity weapons? I think it might be.
This hand is full of metal.
The Atlas TDO with no Atlas is worse? No, because you can still shoot people with that. Yeah, you can't do the special effect, but you can still shoot people with a much higher DPS than Kaleidosplode. And then a fire rate make Kaleidosplode good, but with that level of fire rate, would you make white rarity weapons also good? Like, I'd use a white rarity Bazoomi or Buri any day. White rarity weapons can't groove though. What killed me? I killed me. Desperado. Desperado kills the player. That free grenade, it doesn't take your equipped grenade. It's just a grenade, and it one-shots you. It one-shots you even through Onion. I need to try a max capacity... I need to try a maxed out capacity hopscotch to see if it one-shots you through that, because I'm bored of it one-shotting me.
Extra bang for my buck.
A free res shield? I mean, that only saves money, it doesn't save time. Just bleeding out and dying would be faster and get me back into the next kills, so like, all Guardian Angel would do is stop me from losing money. And saving me if it was a one life. But it's not a one life.
Nancy speaks. Down to the blaze.
Let's test, actually. Let's test. Don't mind me. I'm just... Shields. What? Oh, it's a TDO shield, isn't it? Hopscotch. Yeah. What am I doing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay, I've created it, but it's not allowing me to add it to my save file. Confused. Ah, there we are. That was a boop on my side.
Flushing them out.
Oh. I lived. It doesn't kill me! Raise the hopscotch. New best shield. Hopscotch allows you to not kill yourself with Desperado.
I put some electric shine on this one.
Did ruin 1.5 segment? Yeah, that's fine. That's not killing me. Amon okay, Amon doesn't count. Amon's got invulnerability. I mean, yeah, it cuts it close, but it does it. That's the point. It does it. What about Honey Badger? What rarity, what manufacturer is Honey Badger?
I have killed men with better luck.
Oh no, that one got me. Oh, there was a bloody thing. Daedalus? It is in fact Daedalus. It rolls turtle. We'll get a turtle one, and then we'll get just like a random one. Anyone can. Okay, so without that, so at least with the Slippy, you can control the level of your Slippy, so you can get a low level Slippy and tank it. You cannot control the level of your Desperado grenades. Okay, Honey Badger goes up to 100,000, so this should just be like hilarious.
You will love this part. Down to the blade.
I have a feeling the Honey Badger doesn't work exactly how it describes. I've got a feeling some things kind of creep through and don't get affected. Maybe it's just soup. maybe it's minus 90% soup. So yeah, no, the Honey Badger is not the play. A hopscotch, however, that is the play.
Extra bang for my buck. Shush. That was just a warm-up.
Who drops hopscotch? Stone Demon. How's Gun Rafa right now? Very good. Very, very good. One of the fastest clearing builds in the game. Along with Disc Jockey Amon.
This hand is full of mess. Canancy speaks.
If my overshield is less than a tenth of capacity. Yeah, it's a separate amount.
Just what I was looking for.
A good lesson to not listen to subreddit. Doom and gloom. It's this like, hey, judging changes before trying themselves, or understanding how numbers work. Sometimes you don't need to test a change, provided what actually happened is what was said happened, so you can actually work it out accurately. If you're able to know what's going to happen just because of numbers, then it's fine not to test, but if you don't, test changes first. Like, if you said to me, hey, we're gonna nerf Hot Slugger by 30%, I could already know how that's gonna feel without testing it. They're convinced that Ratha took a 33% nerf across the board. Yeah, it's like... It's far closer to about... 15.
That's just what you are.
10 to 15, depending on stat. That's if it got halved and it's still best in slot, yeah.
Flushing them out.
Now, how it feels is going to depend on how optimized your loadout currently is. So a very optimized loadout's got a lot of headroom. It can afford to lose a lot without feeling any worse. You know, you one-shot somebody by 5 times or by 2 times, it doesn't matter, you one-shot them. But if your loadout is less optimized and you're only just about getting the good time to kill, a small decrease in power can feel like a lot. Because if you go from just about being able to one-shot somebody to doing 95% of their health bar in one shot, well, suddenly you need to fire 2 shots. That's twice the amount of shots. So how something feels will differ just based on what your active loadout is, but you need to be able to recognize if your loadout is not, you know, fully geared up, that's not representative of what the character can do. You know, it's not Rafa that sucks now, it's just your Rafa that sucks now. You don't know what they're doing, it's confusing. They're nerfing Reactor and keeping Gloam till Glow. There's this weird sentiment that having to invest in something for it to be good is bad. It's very bizarre. The Rafa always sucked either way. Plant Pro build. Hey, that got buffed. Now better. Non-dancer Rafas are eating good, and dancer Rafas are still eating good. He was complaining about not being able to properly lead the bad, and it's impossible to upkeep Crossfire now, and it's like, it's not impossible, and you got all mad. I mean, like, just link this stream, or yesterday's stream, where I'm farming a drill site for hours on end on one Crossfire. There's been quite a few people talk about Crossfire not being able to be maintained. It absolutely can. I don't know what they're doing. Is it working differently based on platform? Or something? Because it's not a unique sentiment that people are having this issue. I don't know if they're just not speccing enough duration perks, or they're doing the inputs wrong. Which, I know it's only left click, but it actually does matter on timing. You have to wait for burst fire cooldown to end before you attempt again, otherwise it'll just fail. You actually have to hold off the button. If you spam the button, it won't work.
I am going to shoot you now.
So, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, that skill there moving up with the yellow borders. We'll make it appear again. And again. And again. You have to wait for that to end before you attempt again. Spam the trigger, nothing will happen. And you see now, I'm not replenishing my action skill. Ah, there it goes. You have to be patient with it. You can't just spam. To me, that's all there is to it. I don't know if there's something else going on that I've missed, but, like, that's how I've observed it. Don't spam, and you'll be okay. I'm on max stacks of Bleed the Bad now, so that's draining pretty fast, but as long as I only click when I'm able, I'm having no issues. The goalpost move. I could do it before, but I can't do it now, so they obviously changed something.
I am a great shooter. Come first.
Use Desperado and Hardball to upkeep, it doesn't last for every year action skill. Yeah, right, exactly. So you don't even need infinite Crossfire uptime. You don't need infinite Crossfire uptime, because in a boss, the base duration is fine. You kill the boss. In mobbing, you've got Right to Ruin. So literally just Desperado plus Hard Boiled, Mr. Pocket as well. Those three skills will give you enough duration to stack up enough Ride to Ruin that as soon as it does end, you'll just get it back immediately. And if it doesn't, you'll be a few seconds out, which you can supplement with a caffeine hit. So even if you can't have 100% uptime, 99% uptime is still free. The funny is when they fix Bleed to Bad, it'll no longer give infinite uptime. Yes, I am ready for that, and I need to work out numbers on if you can. I mean, you could just proc Windfall twice in a row. It never does, 3. It never does. It will never put you into Windfall. Neither does Hell Followed With Them. Neither of them will ever put you into Windfall, even though they both say that they will try. This is a bug that is benefiting the player, but, like... It stops, I mean, likely it diminishing returns.
Running for blood.
But after they fix it, it might be worth grabbing a action skill duration passive, but don't even use caffeine? Yeah, you don't need to. In terms of long Crossfire duration, it's intended to a degree, because if you go to character here, there's a challenge to keep Crossfire active for 3 or more minutes. It's an actual challenge to do that. So they obviously want you. That's a long time. 3 minutes is a long time. So they obviously want you to be doing something to upkeep this. Best build in the game for Easy Bloom Reaper Plats, literally any on UVH1. Platinum rewards are not affected by UVH, so literally just take any optimized build and pub stomp it on UVH1. Amon is godlike. Billions of damage on command, 100% uptime on immortality, joint fastest ad clear rate in the game.
Luck is on my side.
If I had to choose any build, I'd choose KSVB because it's the one I'm most comfortable with. And I'd just use a beam tosser. You can also do like Deadshot Wrath would be a good one as well, actually. Like a Gun Rafa build. It's less about the build and more about the execution, Jack. All builds can shoot a beam tosser into a creep for the damage required. All builds can do that. It doesn't... The build doesn't matter as much as the player execution. Like, any build can amp a beam tosser. I mean, yeah, Blanket, I do the exact same on KSVB, and that way I don't even have to faff about with group study. Like, that's my simple way of killing it, but it doesn't work for everybody. I mean, metal management spamming beam tossers is probably your best way. Like, I would suggest like the easiest way, but like there is no.
Bad luck has good aim.
Spam a few spread launchers for phase 1, spam beam tossers for phase 2. You went Sniper Rifle 5 points Vitriol, 2 points Helmet Care, very comfy. Yeah, I went 5 Vitriol, and then I filled out the points in Blue Tree that I siphoned out. You know, Brain Dump, Soltado. That's what I did with mine. I feel like Underbarrels have made bossing boring. Yes.
Just what I was looking for. Shush! They will not see that coming. Luck is on my side. Bang, bang!
Does Bloom always jump platform twice on first phase start? Not always. What I do for consistency is I just wait for him to stop moving. It's slower, but I set myself up so I can go anywhere. And then I just go to where he goes, fly up, shoot down. If I hover over one of the main platforms, that means I can go. If he goes to the other side, I'll just sit and wait. And then see if he goes left or see if he goes right, and then I can immediately hover above and shoot down. If he comes to my platform, then I use the grapple hook right in front of me, go up, shoot down. If he goes to the opposite platform and then stays there, that's worst case scenario. You just kind of have to boost round, use the grappling hook to launch you above, shoot down into Bloom Reaper. So you've got a 3 out of 4 chance of it going your way. And then a 1 out of 4 chance of it not going your way.
Remain to shuffle them up.
I'll play slow, the timer runs down. You spend 3 seconds waiting now to save yourself 10 seconds correcting a bad guess. Consistency.
Trust it, and that makes it.
Holy dog.
Gunning for glory. Haste in the battle.
Oh yeah, they're not in a good situation, Fusion, that's for sure. There will be people who complain regardless of what happens.
Big money.
Good way to tell if he's in I mode. He'll have a different stance. Just keep an eye out for the grapple icon. You'll get used to, like... just keep an eye on him. Just see what he's doing. He'll go into, like, a certain stance. Keep an eye on him, yeah? Yeah. Keep an eye on him.
Shush.
I feel like these shinies have really slowed down. Like it was going alright.
Just for you.
A shiny Anarchy earlier. Nice, congrats.
Just what I was looking for. Don't hate the player.
You just left a hefty message under the most recent Borderlands post on YouTube. Hopefully they can see that and make a meaningful change in the future updates. Wishing you the best, bro. I hope they see it. It's not as simple as a guy with a big health bar, people riot. But then you can't do big health bars because then that's just bullet sponginess and not interesting. And a bad way of artificial damage, so they don't even win with that one. Hey Cash Rocks, how you doing? Alright, thank you. Cash does rock. Of course, all players who do Guardian Takedown. I hunt down a +5 for Lawless for Cash. Oh, good luck. Guardian Takedown was good? Yep. Yeah, it was. Not a hot take around here. We are Guardian Takedown enjoyers. At least I am. Actual mechanics, encounters that were more than just shoot to kill. An environment that aura farmed. Boss fiends seem more common than specific license good roll most items. Yeah, the part farming in this game is horrific. Yeah, Phosphine was supposed to be that insane farm that you spend a lot of time on. But as it turns out, just getting a decent roll of an item is actually rarer, so... Guardian Takedown absolutely need more checkpoints. Like, having a genuinely difficult jumping section is fine, so long as it checkpoints it so you're not punished. Like, crystals were tough if you didn't have a down strategy for them. So the fact that you had to redo them every single time you died at Scourge or the jumping section afterwards, that was not fair. They didn't feel good. I think heavily checkpointing something is great. I don't think it makes an encounter easier. In fact, it actually opens the door for you to make it harder. Difficulty does not equal punishment. Lack of checkpointing does not make it harder, it just makes it more punishing. Which, in its own, can be its own reward, it increases tension, but... there gets to a point, especially Guardian Takedown, you know, if you die in the opening section of Guardian Takedown, like after Anathema, they have to watch the entire rest of the way. They don't even get a respawn for the final boss. Talk about killing tension, they don't even get to take part. Checkpoints after crystals. I think if they checkpointed crystals a lot more people would not have found it as frustrating. You know, you finally get through crystals, very difficult encounter, and you die to one of the anathema bubbles. Right back to the beginning. That's rough, is that?
Anansi speaks.
Was the loot? Not a lot of great stuff. There was. You had one of the best grenades in the game, you had the best shield in the game, you had one of the best mobbing guns in the game, and then you had another gun that was just kind of okay. You had a lot of best in slot stuff in that encounter. Lightspeed was the fastest clearing grenade in the game for some encounters. Stinger is, well, Stinger. Stinger let you kill bosses without pushing any inputs. You could literally enter a boss arena, take your hands off the controller, and you would win. Just when the enemy broke your shield, Nova would go off and kill them. There's so much left for you to do in Borderlands 3. Oh, it's a huge game. You go back in, do the legendary ranking video. Hell yeah. Maybe I should have done a video like that for, like, grenades and stuff. I think class mods and shields would be too iffy, but grenades could have done one for grenades. Probably what? Lightspeed 3, Gas Call 2, Fish Slap 1, Hex 4, Hunter Seeker 5. It would look something like that. Mesmer would be up there, I guess. Oh, the aspect bosses in Borderlands were so good. They were really fun fights. Borderlands bosses in general, good for boss fights, but those fights especially. Arkenstein ran so Inceptus could walk. I think there's a significant quality of life change yesterday. The quality of life stuff that we got yesterday, I wouldn't call significant, no. That is not how I would describe yesterday's patch. There was some stuff, but not a lot. What did it even do that was quality of life? I mean, like, increasing world event and rift bubble spawn rates, maybe. That's a good change. What even was the sticky change? Ah, I can tell you what the sticky change is. Do I even have one on me? Okay, this is the sticky change, Jim. On the airburst enhancement, the extra bit of the sentence, Torg licensed gyro projectiles explode on proximity, and Torg licensed sticky projectiles attach on proximity. The sticky projectiles attaching on proximity wasn't there before, now it is. That's the change. Just text, just text. No gameplay change. Menu preference sorting same was upon closing game. I thought that was already a thing. Was that not already a thing for like months now? What they did do is if you go to challenges, they move phosphine guns to the top instead of being all the way at the bottom. Quality of life. I swear it didn't. I'm convinced it didn't. I will not be gaslit on this. What's the default sorting type? No, I always had mine on manufacturer, and it would always be manufacturer. Because I always have my Vladov at the top, and I have my Daedalus at the bottom. I've always had it like that since launch. And it has never... Manufacturer's the default, not recent? Okay, that would make a lot of sense then. You sort it by recent, and recent is not the default. Okay, if manufacturer is the default, then fair enough. Best boss to farm purple class mods. You'll be looking at either Splash Zone, Ripper Roadbirds, Vile Experiments. Any of those. The best thing to do for farming purples is literally just farm anything else that you need and keep an eye out on every purple that drops.
Shush! That glove has good aim!
You've only used recent with mass opening boxing, which you think was also removed. You can no longer do this. I can do it. No, I can do it. How to do that? I pushed R, reload button. So, whatever that would be on console.
Happy Detonation Day!
Does not appear. I don't think I ever... Well, I never noticed it. I just pushed the button. I don't look for a prompt. I just simply push the button. Have I tested hand cannon? I've not tested hand cannon since the thing. Do I have a save file with it? I think I do. I don't think I have one. I have one on Brafa. I have a middling one. It's Ripper and Corrosive. No dataless shotgun. Who should I go to test that? Scale. We'll do scaled radix. Do I have a fire rate? It's Torg. Let's stay on the pumper. I'm sure if you didn't have to deal with the Ripper charge up or you had fire rate parts, this might feel like okay. With Jacob's Ricochet as well. Like if this had Jacob's Ricochet on it. I might actually feel alright. How many hours roughly to do playthrough? If you play casually, you explore a lot, and you do the side stuff, you can easily get a 60-70 hour playthrough out of this game. If you know, kind of play it like Skyrim. If you beeline it, you're looking more towards maybe 30. On your first playthrough, where you don't really know how to be efficient. Obviously, a lot of Borderlands is build crafting, farming loot, putting a build together to the point where you can one-shot bosses. That'll take you over 100 hours. Still kind of casual. The pre-explosions before the actual explosions are still a bit meh. It's alright. Let's do a basic Ripper Dark Beast for comparison. Did I do all side quests my first run through? I did not. I did a large amount. Of course, like some of the high, the hidden ones I didn't. Spending money not on the House of Kids. For what it's worth, I do like this game a lot, and it's great. But Borderlands games typically get bundled and go on sale a lot. Like with like including DLCs and stuff. Obviously it's first year, so not as much this year. But if you're one of those people who don't mind going to a game late, then you're not doing yourself a disservice by putting a delay on this game. If it suits you. Because the game will be improved over time. It will get more content over time. We've still got a bunch of DLCs and raid bosses to come out and whatnot. And the game... Borderlands games just go on sale. All of them have. From 1 till 4. Let's see Grant's response about the Craze Earl. I shall go and have a look. Nerf wasn't intentional. Tracking down the bug. Something occurred with the data that caused Crazed Earl points to when the content got sent to build. Once we track down what and why it happened, we'll fix it. That that tracks. That's not a bullshit answer. Based on what I saw in terms of like the reasoning why it's happened, it lines up with what the what data miners have found. That tracks. It is just a bug. It's to do with different things look at different entries and it's just missing. So it just can't find it. So it can't build the weapon properly. Did they squash Dancer? No. I mean, like... You know when you give your friend a bit of, like, a dead leg, yeah? And it just goes numb for a bit? It's like that. That's the worst. They didn't exactly take it out back and shoot it. They just gave it a bit of a dead leg. It's basically unnoticeable in gameplay. No, they'll fix that one because of you know how upset people were. He's mad. He needs to not be such a baby. Okay, so I'm getting comparable DPS out of a relatively basic Dark Beast roll. Versus the hand cannon. So, yeah, the buff has helped a bit. I still don't consider it... Yeah, the buff's helped. Ubats, put it this way. After the nerf, I went to Bloom Reaper with a Burt's fucking Bees. And I platinumed it first try. So if your friend is going to uninstall the game because of a nerf which allows me to Platinum Bloom Reaper with a Burt's Bees. Colossal skill issue on his part. It was working for me, Governor. My Sniper Rafa can still match Disc Jockey Eamon in ad clear. He's got bigger issues than his dancer. Yeah, like, he might need to do a bit more optimizing than before, sure, but his dancer class mod went from the best in the game to the best in the game. He'll live. It's still best in slot for Gun Rafa, and Gun Rafa is still insanely powerful. Yeah, the only bug that I encountered with Demon's Domain, Governor, was a fast travel, was the fast travel node not appearing on the map. So I had to fast travel to Sanctuary, run over there, take me about 30 seconds, and then I can fast travel around the DLC as fit, which apparently they fixed yesterday. The third fast travel, which they added in the last update, that apparently broke. But that's kind of it. They do like overwriting fixes that they've done. They've done that a few times. The dancer nerf is really going to be like commitment, yeah. Then you can get fostering some world bosses, yes. I never had one though, and I'm out of chances. Unless, well no, technically not. Fractus can appear in a world bubble. I can still get World Drop Shiny.
That's what I was looking for.
Chroma Sadness. Did I say shiny? In this game, you've got when you're farming a gun, sometimes it can drop as a shiny version. It's just a different skin. And then it unlocks the skin for that weapon. So right now I'm farming this gun. I don't have the shiny skin on this gun, so that's what I'm farming. It's just a cosmetic. So like this gun, I have the shiny version of this gun. Kaboom. Shiny. It's not hilarious. No, it's just the skin. And when you get all of the base game shiny, so none of the DLC items, just all the base game items, you unlock another skin, which I'm one away from. It's not what I'm farming right now, but... Like a shiny Pokedex? Yes. No one was using Flamethrower for a reason? Yeah, it's because Dancer was the best class mod in the game. But Flamethrower also just isn't a very interesting class mod, because what it is activating an action skill sends out a grenade. So if you're not doing a grenade build, you have no reason to use that class mod. No amount of buffing that class mod will make you use it, because it's not a class mod for your build. It could be the best class mod ever, but if you don't care about it, why would you ever use it if you're not doing a grenade build? It's like people, like say, take Killer 6, right? Killer 6 loved grenade and TDO, so he used a Grenazerka. Doesn't matter how good the dancer ever was, he didn't care about the dancer, because his build called for the Grenazerka. So it's not about... So say Grenazerka was the OP class mod. The answer there isn't to buff Dancer so 6 used it. No, it's different class mods for different builds and playstyles. The problem with Dancer is it's just so all-encompassing. It buffs so many things, so many playstyles. It's big and doesn't just do gun stuff. It just kind of does everything. Like cannons, because cannons have gun damage. Why would you use the cannon class mod when you can use Dancer? Because the Dancer is... Like, I don't care how good Teen Witch is. When I make a Spectre build, I want to use a class mod that buffs my Spectres. When I don't want to do a Spectre build, that doesn't mean they need to buff the Spectre class mod so much so that I want to use it on a non-Spectre build. No. Need more options to Dancer and stand out? You have them! You have them! Rafa class mod situation isn't as dire as you think. For grenades, you have Berserker and Philanthropo. For action skill with Lance and Arc Knives, you have Buster. Knives have got a whole set of class mods. Between Reaper, Esgrimmador thingy, and Buster. Arc Knives has got a hell of a selection. You do have, with Rafa, you do have 2 class mods for the melee build. So that's immediately 2 you'll never use on a gun build. So it's not about buffing the melee class mods so much so you want to use them on a gun build. It's a waste of time. It's just that they're specialized. Dancer is not the best in slot class mod for Arc Knives. It wasn't before the nerf. What currency are you using to reset the boss? It's just money. It's basically free. So it cost me 36,000 monies to reset the boss, right? If I sell this gun, I'll get 500,000. One gun gives me like 15 kills. Like, one item gives you several. Like, even a blue basic shield gives me 3. So, like, it's such a negligible. Yeah. It's nothing. It's basically free. Ignored a bigger issue? What do you mean by... I'm sorry. What do you mean by ignored? They literally buffed other class mods. They're right here! Buster was great, and they buffed it further because they could. Esgrim was great fun in mobbing, and they buffed it further. They did! And they'll do more! Not all of the problems in the game will be fixed in one patch. I'm panic over a 50% buff to something. Other way around, a 50% nerf to an item. Which works out to about a 10 to 15 nerf to the character. Like, it's very inconsequential, and people are acting like it's the end of the world. Yeah, High Tech, you use melee, so you had a choice of 3 different class mods that weren't Dancer. That were all great in their own right. Almost as if Rafa does actually have class mod diversity. Depending on how you're playing. Use a gun build, you use Dancer. You use a lance build, you use Buster. You have a melee build, you use Buster, Esgrim, or Reaper. You got a grenade build, you use Philanthropo or Grenade Zerker. Is that actually a thing yet? Not really. I mean, this game's got some decent melee action skills. So Arc Knives and Rafa can't hit flying enemies, but if it hits a grounded enemy, it'll do a ton of damage. And then Amon's got some, like, he's got like a big AoE hammer. He also has smaller hammers that he can throw, so he can hit flying enemies with them. So it's not like running up and pushing the melee button, but it's like melee-esque actions. Throwing a hammer at someone. Yeah, so the sheer power of the Dancer class mod made it impossible for, what's the class mod called? The Cannons one. And Overdriver. Dancer's power makes it impossible for those 2 class mods to shine in any capacity. But even if you buff them, they will still be overshadowed. The Dancer is too high. Instigator, that's the one. No amount of buffing of Overdriver or Instigator will put them on level with the Dancer. The Dancer is simply too strong, and the only way around that is to nerf the Dancer a small amount. To just bring the gap in a bit, so you're not punished as much. You want a clown character to play with your sideshow? And wants to test stuff in the game, try different builds and playstyles. They see build videos on YouTube and always using the Dancer and think everything else is trash. Yeah. What drop are you looking for? A shiny hemorrhage sniper. So this guy drops a sniper rifle. I'm trying to get the shiny version of it. I'm missing 4 shinies from this DLC. And then I'll be all caught up on DLC shinies. What percent is it? 0.9. I mean, that's anti-up being silly in its own right, Leo. Anti-up is our crime. My reason, G-Rod, is because I want to. I am exercising free will. I don't need a tangible reward at the end. Don't jump as you grab like you bump your head. Pretty sure it's just based on distance. Let's give it a go. Let's try and do it as far away as we can, but without jumping. Oh, I still on my head. It's literally just distance. There's a couple like that. I mean, what you could do, Cabbage, is not wait for loot to drop. Just kill the guy and then go. And then loot it on your next run through. So I can see it's not a shiny, so... I wonder if it'll work on this guy. I'm gonna test something. Risky test, I know, but stay with me. This isn't going to be practical in any way. I'm just going to showcase, I think. So I've killed him. I've save quit. Now, I've only seen this happen on Vault bosses. I don't know if it'll work on this guy. I load back in. I drop down. No, it didn't work. So some bosses, if you save quit when you kill them, they'll drop their loot in the next instance, which makes no sense whatsoever. But this guy does not do that, unfortunately. And Masher's in this one. No, but you can get a licensed part for Daedalus, which has different ammo types. And one of them is shotgun, so you can get a gun that's not a shotgun, that rolls shotgun ammo type, that turns it kinda into a shotgun. So take this one, for example. I can shoot my dart beast, it fires a burst of projectiles. I can swap it to shotgun ammo, and now I fire a lot more projectiles. So you can kinda get a masher for every weapon. It's only +2 projectiles, so it goes from 1 to 3. And the idea Gearbox will stop development after the is content drop, or do you think they'll keep going like previous titles? Do I think we'll get a year 2 or not? Absolutely no idea. The state of what's going on in Gearbox and between Gearbox and 2K is such a question mark. Who knows? Rockets. Rockets are now in a separate slot. They're in Ordnance. I don't have any on me. These are all grenades. But it allows them to not have just rockets, but also, like, miniguns and stuff. Like, that one, that's a rocket launcher. But that will fire, like, beams. That's like a laser beam. What's that one? That one's a laser beam as well. What the crackhead build is this? Fire rate cap. Literally, I'm at fire rate cap. If I go higher, my gun will just stop shooting. Running a totem gun build and cache is Skillcraft or Deadeye better? Depending on how you're spec'd, but I'd lean towards Skillcraft. I mean, typical high cal 3, Deadeye 2 will be fine. But you could also do Skillcraft too. This is this is my action skill. One of them. He's got another one which I really like, where you like throw explosive cards at people, kind of like Gambit. But bullets. Nah, I do really like the card action skill, it's fun. You get more archetypes. And we have lasers, we've got like disc throwers, we've got miniguns, rockets, whatever the hell Malawan launchers are. A splash damage build? What is this? Borderlands 2? What's a splash damage build? You need high gas through beam tossers? No, not at all. They pierce by default. You run high cal 3, the third tier of high cal, just based on what weapon you're using at the time. You don't build around it, it's not a thing. To build a splash of X, banning you. Your calculation percentage, is that overall or per sniper that drops? Overall, it's done as a separate drop. So technically, you can have the shiny version and the non-shiny version drop at the same time. In fact, if you do get two of the same time, that means you know it was the shiny. So if you've already got the shiny, you don't get it again, but the drop can still happen. You just get two of the same gun. Shuri's a good laser ordnance launcher. Yeah, some of the purple lasers are really good. It's a shame that their legendary counterpart is the streamer. As we know, streamers suck and they ruin everything. Is there an in-game way to check which DLC phosphines you have? No. I was hoping for secondary challenges to pop up to act as their own checklist, but no, we don't get that. You just keep splitting. Shoot the splits. Shoot the clones, Maverick. Don't shoot him, shoot the clones. When you kill a clone, it'll do a chunk of damage to him. So if you get like some good AoE, some good multi-target, he'll go down very quickly if you can just mass kill all of the clones. They're very weak and they're all shielded as well, so just bring shock damage. Ignore the fact that he's armored. bring a lot of shock damage, and just go nuts on the renditions. No, we still don't take it, Boom. Oh, we don't take the splash skill, still. We don't actually change our build for that, because the kill skills are just so much better. Do you reckon Hidden Pass will be universal with item cards, like the mod I run? No. I don't think they'll ever do that. I'm gonna take it, waste the points. Reminds me of running Arms Deal on an Infusion Amara. Fireworks work on them? It might do. If you get it like a shock fireworks, that might be nasty. Oh yeah, so if you're using Crossfire versus Divisioner, Crossfire doesn't have a great time flicking between targets, especially as they're spawning in. Crossfire has a bit of a bad time versus Divisioner. It's just that the auto-targeting holding it back. Like, Technomancer Vex will have a better time versus Divisioner than Crossfire Cash. Just because it ricochets and hits multiple enemies at once and has enough damage to kill the renditions. What boss doesn't Crossfire struggle with? Kernel Crash. Do you think they'll nerf What's for Dinner for being best in slot to increase shield variety? They'd be ridiculous to, which means it's probably possible, but What's for Dinner is not best in slot for shields, no. It's a very good generalist shield, but it's not a be-all end-all. Far from. It's less encompassing than Dancer was. But then again, they did nerf Reactor, didn't they? You'll have Cash and Rafa to 50? Oh, Rafa will wrecking. A good gun Rafa build with a Dancer class mod. Tear right through him. When the second Vault Hunter will release, it'll be with the second DLC, so I guess in about 5 months. June? For the second DLC Vault Hunter? Nah, not happening. We're getting the Takedown in June. We're not getting a DLC in June. I have to try Crossfire against Divisioner? I mean, it's not a great time. It's not nice. To say, cards it will be better. You'll have stronger fireworks and you won't have the awkward targeting thing. Technomancer can get kills. Technomancer is weirdly efficient at killing Divisioner. It's like the one thing it can do. I think it's because they delayed them Reckless, but they didn't want to delay the entire content cycle for whatever reason. So they push. I don't think they were supposed to release together, but because Raid Boss got delayed till next month instead of this month. Sorry, last month. It's May now. Yeah, I think. Sniper Rifle will eat him as well. It's got ricochets. You'll one-shot the renditions, and your ricochets will one-shot another rendition. Fuck them up. Just target the renditions. Don't worry about him. Shoot him to get the mechanic rolling, but as soon as he starts spawning clones, prioritize the clones. Each one you kill will deal a chunk of damage to him. You love cards on cash so much you're finding it hard to consider swapping. What do they provide? Future-proofing. I would say if they nerf and cap Hellfold with him and fix Bleed the Bad and Windfall stuff and this, that, the other, Crossfire is still fine. However, if they change ante up, it's a bit more of a question mark on how good cards will be. And they'll probably need rejigging around to get close to how strong they are now. So, being ready for that is a reason. So right now, enjoy cards. Enjoy cards while ante up is insane. His cards rely, not entirely, but it provides so much power, not having it is incredibly noticeable. And right now, cards can kill true VH6 bosses quite quickly, especially thanks to this skill. So it'll be a big hit. If they change this skill, it'll be a bigger hit than if they were to change anything in here for Crossfire. You think that's why they didn't nerf anti-up? No, they didn't do anything. They didn't even change Gloam, for fuck's sake. Like, they didn't even change Gloam. So, I just don't think they wanted to do the cache changes yesterday, because even Gloam wasn't. Wait. Don't understand what the game runs to skip the Vault and Bloom Reaper mobbing. Well, Bloom Reaper mobbing... Okay. Vault and Bloom Reaper mobbing aren't that good. The fights through there, they're not even as interesting as a Proving Ground. So, I'm not upset about that. But also, remember the feedback that Borderlands 3 got. When the Takedown came out, what did people want to do? They wanted to farm Wotan without doing the mobbing beforehand. So what did they do in Borderlands 3? They made the mobbing before the big bosses optional. That is what the people asked for, and it is what they got. Why I shoot a couple times with this shotgun? So I've got a skill. It's an intrinsic perk on the Vault Hunter called Windfall. So I'm trying to trigger that. And there are various things you can do to enter it. One of them is to reload an empty weapon. So that's what I'm doing. So as soon as that aura comes around on the corners of my screen, I can activate my action skill and go nuts. It's not required, but it's just more damage, more stats. For speedrunners? No, speedrunners like the mobbing. It was casual players who didn't like it. Speedrunners loved running through Malmotato. Because people just wanted to farm boss. Or wanted to skip. How much of buff Kindred Spirits? Not enough. What defines a casual Borderlands player? Nothing direct, nothing concrete, nothing that you don't put lines and boundaries on that kind of thing. But in general, people who are casual would define somebody as like somebody who takes it a bit less seriously. They might still play a lot. You can put thousands of hours into something and still be a casual. Casual isn't derogatory. It's just someone who doesn't like... So take Mallow and Takedown for example. Mallow and Takedown mobbing is fun, but it does not contribute to you maxing out your build. Wotan does, but the mobbing does not. So a casual player might just want to farm Wotan so they can work towards their build. Whereas a more die-hard player would want to do the mobbing because the mobbing is fun. Alright, Ubats, enjoy. Think if we had a raid boss sooner, it would have been fine with the mobbing. Hard to tell with Borderlands players. If it had one on launch before the takedown, it might have made a difference. I'd like to hope it would make a difference, I should say. Because then they'd have had their raid boss, and then this takedown would have been something new, rather than something replacing what they knew. So in the eyes of somebody who just wants to kill the boss, they didn't have a raid boss, but they had this new activity that they didn't know yet, and it was replacing, in their eyes, it's replacing raid bosses. So that to them could be a downgrade. But if they already had something that they knew, then the takedown wouldn't be replacing it, and it would just be something that's new, then they might be more open to it. It's easier to accept something new if it isn't taking away what you already have. Is how I would look at it. How obvious is the shiny gonna be? If I get it in the next like 10-15 minutes before I end, very, very obvious. They fanfare it. And it's not just visual, it's sound as well, like they... You won't miss it. You could be running away from the scene, and you'll hear it behind you. It's like, ah, there it is. Build is this? A Pistolier Crossfire build. Yeah, the sound plays before the visual. Cash my favorite Vault Hunter? No, Vexes. I'm playing a lot of Cash recently just to get his specialization up before I start like duplicating save files and whatnot. I seem someone. He is. The main reason why I do enjoy Cash is because I can do builds that aren't gun builds. Like, if I wanted a generic gun build, I've got Harlow and Vex for that. I don't need Cash to also be that. So the fact that I can do builds with cool skills and whatnot on Cash, I do like. Still him cousin you. Oh yeah, he's fun. Also just like, especially with cards. I prefer cards. They're a bit more involved than Crossfire. Cards, if they remain strong enough to feel good, cards will be my favorite Cash playthrough for playstyle for a while. There is something satisfying about the simplicity of this kill rotation, but cards are more involved. Vex updated? Well, I had it kinda recorded, but of course the changes yesterday do actually affect the build. Not gameplay-wise, but what I said in the commentary. So at this point, in terms of a dedicated video, I might wait until UVH7. I know, I'm sorry. Might wait till UVH7 before putting out the Big Vax video. I'll see what I can and can't record before, because like, I'd like to work on it before UVH7 comes out, so I can get it out sooner, but also I kind of need gameplay to be in UVH7, so... The sniper rifle affected? Slightly, but it's still joint best clearing build in the game. I didn't think I was going to like cards, but it's your favorite. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. I didn't think I was going to like cards either. Hammer Aim On? Yeah, I miss playing Hammer Aim On. It's just on a save file that I'm trying to hold off on loading with this shared progression. Because that's a build that I want to do side stuff on, but they won't give us this shared progression toggle. It's completely ruined the game for me. Did dice not prove efficient? No, dice are fantastic. I just don't use them. I haven't played them yet. But they don't interest me as much, because dice is more of a standard gun build, because they're support. You can still use your guns whilst you're doing dice. So obviously, you know, you're using guns. But dice are very good. The infinite money glitch. Unfortunately, the time put into these videos is a lot more than the money I get out. I do not get paid enough. My content earns less than minimum wage for me. Unless it's like a real big video, like the, I was actually kind of surprised. The legendary ranking video actually earned a decent amount for the time I put in. I want to say that was like 20 an hour I got for that video. I've updated Heavy Trooper Harlow. Yes, that is the Harlow build that I have played. Post level 60. Holding shoot doesn't increase fire rates at all. Activating burst fire is clunky. There's a knack to it, which sounds weird. It should be simple, but... I become a slot tuber. A slot tuber would kill my motivation. When I put out a video that I know could have been better, I hate it. I despise it. I just don't like it. I don't want to... It hurts me. But also, that line of thinking from me is the reason why you get barely any YouTube videos from me. Because I have literally made videos, rendered them, and never pushed them live. Not many, but it happens. This video on legendaries, it's like the landing video on the channel. Perfection is the enemy of good. So is. Perfection is not healthy. Don't be a perfectionist. Errors that you see in your work are not errors other people are going to see. Because what is in your head about how a piece of work that you have created is supposed to be is never going to line up with what is actually produced. But you want to know what's great? Nobody else sees what was in your head initially. Nobody sees that version. They can't make the comparison. Other people are physically incapable of making the comparison that you are making. So never feel bad about work you make not being as good as you want it to be. This is advice I should listen to. Tragically not. It's a few months behind, Boom. I mean, it's still there. It's still the hosting's still fine. I'm not having to pay for that. Mainly kind of considering what else can be done with it, because currently it's just like a... Hey, whenever I post a video, I just make a post on that. It doesn't really do much. So it's kind of figuring out how I can expand it without taking time from me. You won't start your cash run until they toggle share progression? The fact that they're delaying on this one is crippling. Go farming Gordello? No. Gordello music is copyright and you can't turn it off. Is this sniper any good? Not really. I mean, it's okay. It's not bad. It's just... nothing spectacular. It is funky, though. It fires a trail of blood. How come such a difference between runs? I think when you asked that, I accidentally activated my action skill without windfall proccing. So that's the main one. So that's going to cause a big difference. Sometimes I'll accidentally activate burst fire, which is the rapid fire rate, without stacking up fortune first. So you see in the bottom left, there's like a 4-leaf clover skill with 10 stacks. That's fortune. When I activate burst fire, which is when it goes crazy, I need 10 stacks, because then they will convert into damage with this skill. This skill gives me damage for every stack that's consumed. So if I accidentally activate it before I've fully stacked fortune, I'll do less damage. To stack fortune, it's simply just apply dots. Killing enemies as well, but obviously I'm not doing that in the middle of a fight. I've got this skill, apply dot, get a stack. So that's why I'm throwing the grenade. See there, I activated my action skill by accident, but it's okay, windfall triggered. So I got away with it. The repeated stacks? Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, the this purple tunnel ends your action skill, so I can't maintain it. But if you're out and about, you're doing a drill site or whatever, you can maintain this action skill indefinitely, and you can get to 1,000 stacks for 20,000% bonus element. Completely ridiculous and unnecessary, but it's the thing you can do.
Shush! This will get things moving.
Hey! There we go. Unfortunately, the sound was a little bit muffled when it came out, but you get this little clockworky, shiny sound. You get this big rainbow aura, and then you get the shiny skin. If it was a base game weapon, a challenge would have popped up. Yeah. Blood. It's not really a sniper rifle. It's like a flamethrower, but blood. We got a blood thrower before an actual flamethrower weapon. Got a good range on it. I paint the walls. One action skill activation challenge for the takedown. I'll do that on Rafa. I do it. I do that on Rafa. Watch me. I mean, that requires enemy density, so we'll see. Is it shooting my blood? Yes. With that, I'm going to call it there. And guess what? Tomorrow! Streaming Saturday. Hell yeah. We'll go over there and we'll farm that guy. Hopefully we get a pearl. But if not, we'll get the shiny Reminisce. Nothing short of the second worst weapon in the game. Doesn't matter. We'll get the shiny version. And maybe... can you get a shiny Cryosourced? That'd be nice. Go for a shiny Cryosourced. Well, I'm not going to farm one. Is a pearl rare, and this is actually the same percentage. Pearls on UVH6 are 0.9% and shinies are 0.9%. They're actually the same. You got 2 pearls before it's shiny. I mean, at the same drop rate, that can happen. Farming the shiny Reminisce is like farming the pearl. It's the same drop rate. So yeah, that'll be tomorrow. I might be live a tad later. Not much though, I finish at 3. I'm working tomorrow, but I'll be home earlier than normal when I work. So it should be a decent stream tomorrow. We'll get this shiny, and then it's only rifts that I'm missing for shinies on this DLC. 3 soul size for the Cyclone shiny. I got 4, I think. 3 or 4, yeah, same. It's I got a shiny Soul Survivor before I got a shiny Cyclone, which I don't think is any rarer than a normal Soul Survivor, to be honest. But rift farming's fine. We've got a loop. Rift farming's fine. I've got no problem with rift farming. Before Gearbox nerf it. They tried nerfing one of them. Thankfully, we've got backups, but like, Jesus, Gearbox, what are you doing? So yeah, with that, I'm going to call it there. Tonight, in hopefully sometime in the next hour, I will push a video live where I'm just kind of using Rafa. There will be a Sniper Rafa run of a Vault. There will be a Platinum Bloom Reaper run with a Burt's Bees that I've teased a few times today. And that's with the Dancer post-patch. It is a video that I look at and go, I don't like this, I can do better, but I need to learn to still push those videos out, otherwise I'll never upload a video, ever. So, short video, it's like 5 minutes, but I'll try and push that out sometime in the next hour, so keep an eye out on the YouTube channel for that. So, until then, until tomorrow, thank you very much for watching, have a wonderful rest of the evening, stay safe, stay awesome, I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.